Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and as you can tell by the title and the thumbnail, we are going to be talking about Worlds. And the reason for that is because the rankings have been announced, and we actually know generally who's going. Now, I will say, we don't know everyone, because all of the teams have not been finalized, and there's still like 2 full months until Worlds. Like it happens in August. So, as much as we can speculate, we do not know everything in regards to Worlds. However, we can still speculate. So we're going to do that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We're going to head to the World Championship rankings and just kind of show you the basic rundown. First and foremost, obviously, Ryan got top 1. Now, we also know that Tatsuku did end up winning a Duelist Cup. We're going to take a look at the winners of the Duelist Cups. But we know that Tatsuku won the December Duelist Cup, like, right after Worlds. He, like, fell out in groups and then was like, that's it. I'm going back. You can't stop me. And immediately won the next Duelist Cup, which was impressive. That being said, I think this was the last qualifier for pretty much most of the returning players. Like, I don't think Ryan or Jesse or Joshua or Pack or pretty much any of those top players who had been at the previous Worlds, which we'll take a look at in a second, I don't think any of them had really qualified, but we will once again take a look at who did end up winning those Duelist Cups. We can see here, Ryan ended up winning. We know Pack came in second overall for North America, which means with those 2 spots locked up for North America, that's it. Those 2 teams are going to Worlds. However, we also know that Pack decided to take Jesse Cotton, which we'll take a look at here in a second. We can see Jesse Cotton made a video about it. We're going back to Worlds. Here's how. Yeah, we can see that here. Jesse Cotton is going. He got very close. I made a video on this not too long ago, but he got very close. Couldn't quite close it out. Just a few slots away. I will say, he got very close. He was miles away in terms of points. Will NA ever win Worlds? Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds? They've won... Let's see. They won in 20... Sorry, hold on. I have to remember the timeline. In terms of Master Duel, it was Europe, North America, then Europe. So they've won Master Duel Worlds. But I think the last Worlds for the TCG was won by a European, and then the 2 prior to that, I believe, were both North Americans. Or am I wrong? Who was he North American or was he European? I can't remember. I know the Dragon Link World Champion, the guy who played Dragon Link, was an American. America, fuck yeah. And then I can't remember who was the Ubel guy. 23 it was Josh, 24 it was Ryan, and then 25 it was Nash. So it was EU, NA, EU for Master Duel. I'm talking about the TCG, because in the TCG, 23 was an American, whose name I can't remember because I'm terrible with names. 24 was... I didn't do it for Meebel, I did it for Ubel, and I wanted to punch that man. Don't remember. That guy. And then 24 was Julian. Or, sorry, 25 was Julian. With, Vanquish Whole K9. I should be up there! Ugh! It should have been me, not him! Right? I'm a terrible voice actor. Holy shit. Right. Taking Jesse to the world champion should not be a surprise. True. But it's the fact that Pack took him instead of Ryan. So, that being said, I was thinking about this earlier today. And I was like, who's actually the greatest Master Duel player? And I was like, it's either Ryan or Tatsuku. Either way... Paulie, that's his name. Yeah. Paulie with Dragon Link in 2023. That was the American. That 3 years, it was NA winning in the TCG. Isn't Julian French? Am I crazy? Hold, chat. Wait. Hold on. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2020. Oh, hold on. It was Ruben. Okay, he was American. That's what I thought. This was the one I wasn't 1,000% sure on. I couldn't remember if Ruben was American or European because I hated this guy. Nope, he's American. Of course he is. Of course he is. And then the other one was 2025, which was Julian. Oh, he's also American. I thought he was French. Didn't he have a French flag? Okay, no man. They were all American. Let's go. America just dominates, apparently, in TCG land. I did not know that. I remember him having a French flag. But that may have just been because he was in France. So, that's on me. It was in Paris. Probably just the thing that he had. Anyway, in regards to... I was thinking of, like, who's the best Master Duel player? And I was like, I mean, it's either Tatsuku or Ryan, right? Because they constantly get number one in the Duelist Cups, in the WCQs. They're always at the top. And then I thought about it a little bit more, and I was like, Tatsuku never really has that great of performances at Worlds. I don't know. Getting top 4 is still incredible, right? And, like, I can't really say they're not great. So I don't think that's accurate. But it's more so that Tatsuku hasn't even made it to a finals, whereas Ryan has made it twice and has won the World Championship, specifically in Master Duel. And so, to me, that kind of gives the edge to Ryan, even though Tatsuku overall does better, specifically in the, like, Duelist Cup WCQ style formats. So, those are my thoughts. I don't necessarily think that they're too far away, but I will say I don't think there's another player that you could argue is on that same level as these two. Because, like, those are the only two that ever end up winning these events. Like, sometimes someone else will if the other two literally don't play. That's it. If either of them try, they win. And so it's like, yeah, okay. It's those two. Anyway, regardless. I don't know who Ryan has decided to take to Worlds. Given the fact that Jesse Cotton was picked up by Pac, which we will see in this video. But Pac picked up Jesse Cotton. So they're going with Pac, Sam, and Jesse, which is a pretty stacked team. We also know the previous team of Mistletoe, Nesh, and Luca are obviously running it back for the World Championship because they won. Other than that, you know, we don't know. We don't know too much. Joey and Enzo are going with Ryan. I guess that makes sense. I wouldn't be too surprised by that. That makes sense. I'm a little surprised. I would have expected Ryan to pick up Ray, but I guess not. I mean, better to have more Worlds final. Well, I don't know. Ray's also a Worlds finalist, 2-time Worlds finalist and World Champion. So, but I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Still, interesting to know. I don't know if anyone else has said anything. I don't think Fala Galera is returning. I know Jude's been playing the TCG a bit, but I haven't seen him pop up in Master Duel. And if we return to Master Duel, we can see LATAM was won by Shomi Yusa, which is just a Yu-Gi-Oh character. And they ended up playing Vaquashol K9. But I don't know who this is. And I don't know who their teammates would be. They got like top 13 as well, which was pretty impressive. Does anyone know who this is? I don't think it's Jude. And I have no idea if it's anyone else that we would maybe have known from maybe a previous Worlds. Who knows? I don't speak Portuguese. Though it could be anyone from LATAM. Shomi Yusa was already at Worlds. Was he at 2023? Because I did think that name sounded familiar. Okay, that didn't work. 24. Tusk for first and second. Ah, that one. I remember that one. That one was funny. It was a funny Duelist Cup. I figured he'd already shown up. Oh, is he Mateusbra? Mateusbra? Is it this guy? Because I think that was the year... Right? Or was it last year? No, it should have been this year, right? Because this was the Snake Eye Ubel year. No, it's 24. We're looking at 24. Interesting. Unless... No, that one's also 24. Uh, 23. Oh, no, not that one. No, not that one. No, not that one. It might be a different person. Hold on. Gosh, dang it. There it is. Is he Guap? I don't know. He qualified in 24, but the Worlds was 25. Oh. Okay. That would have been nice to know. Ah. You're confusing me. Alright, hold on. Not this one. No, this is the... Where's the... Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we can see the not top 4 decks for the World Championship 2025. Because, like, this is the 2024 one. But this was also for Maxi. So I don't know. Oh, this is when they did the AI, the AI stuff. That was fun. I'm only lying to you. Nope, not what I wanted. Is there a way to watch the full or see the full schedules? No. Duel Links, Master Duel, deck and shared card breakdown. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There it is. There it is. We found it. I knew this name was familiar. Okay. And of course, they played Gimmick Puppet FTK, because why wouldn't they? The AI commentary was so funny for the wrong reasons. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have no idea who they're going to pick, or if they've already picked. I don't know how quickly you have to pick your teams. I would imagine fairly quickly. But we do know Shoma made it back. We know Ryan and Pack are making it. I know Tatsuku made it. I don't know who this is. No idea. Especially given the fact that the second player is just player. So I don't know if... Because I believe they only get the one team. Specifically from the WCQ. So we could see multiple teams, obviously, from Asia. But likely, most of the time what ends up happening is that the Duelist Cup, or like the season point teams, tends to be the teams from Japan. Like, both of the teams based on season points were Japanese teams. That's, again, likely to happen again, mostly due to the fact that those teams are consisting of the most amount of points across the players, which always tend to be Japanese. So there's that. We always get like 4 Japanese teams. Though I guess... Does Japan only get 1 team? Oh, I think it's because... I think it's because Tatsuku was a Duelist Cup winner. So they only got the 1 additional WCQ spot. I could be wrong. Because, yeah, the other Duelist Cup winner was Shoma, who ended up getting it because both Tatsuku and Ryan had already qualified. And I don't think anything interesting happened in this case with the Duelist Cups. Let's actually take a look at the previous Duelist Cups as well. Duelist Cup. March was Tatsuku, but he had already qualified, so I think it went to Cute Snail, which I believe we've also already seen. I was wrong. I was wrong. I could have sworn we had. Where did it go to Cute Snail? Who was second? Do we know who was second in this one? Did it go to someone else? Because I'm fairly certain Tatsuku immediately qualified in December. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, sorry, this one was Ryan. My bad. My bad, Ryan already qualified. Wait, oh, so Ryan's one of the teams from the Duelist Cup. He's not from... Yeah, and then Pack came in second. So this one is Ryan, actually, who qualified from the Duelist Cup, not the WCQ, which means that... Up, that changes things. That means Yusuf, which I don't know... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if it would go to a third team from North America. I don't know how that division works out. Let me actually see event info. Does it tell you how many teams from each region? Yeah. So, okay. So because Ryan Yu has already qualified as a North American representative for Worlds, they only get the one team, which means it's just Pac who is qualified with his team from North America. Japan gets 2 seeds, which is strange because did Tatsuku not qualify? No, he did. He did in March. So Tatsuku's going. Then 2 other Japanese teams. Plus the 2 season point teams? Are we getting 5 teams? Japan normally always gets 2 seeds, but like North America also gets 2 seeds. Europe also gets 2 seeds. But Europe has a team that's already been qualified. Same thing with North America. Why is Japan getting an additional seed? Did Tatsuku not? Am I going crazy? What is happening? Okay, that didn't work. No, because Tatsuku won this one. Which means he did qualify. Was in the country the World Championship is held in? Right. But every year, they also have 2 North American teams, 2 European teams, guaranteed. And then I think they also guarantee that there's 2 Japanese teams. And then I think from there, I don't know. So my question is, if North America only gets the 1, because Ryan Yu qualified, and Europe only gets the 1 because the world champions are from Europe, and so they're already qualified, and Tatsuku has already qualified, why does Japan get 2? And the answer is, I don't know. And if it works out the way that it generally does with these, unless Tatsuku just said like, nah, fuck it, I don't want it, and handed it down. Did that happen? There's no shot. Who won this one? Japanese. Or is that? No, I have no idea. I said Japanese. It could be anyone. Articuno. That's funny. I have no idea who this person is. I just realized I probably shouldn't just type that into Google, because it probably won't bring up the name that I want. Regardless. Okay. So I think what's happening... I think what's happening is we're getting 5 Japanese teams. Because I think Tatsuku's team is going. I think they get the 2 seeds because they're the host country. And then likely they're getting the 2 season point teams that are also going, because they just generally collect the most amount of season points. Now, technically speaking, that could not be the case. Suzukaku. Is that another Japanese player? Is he like part of Tatsuku's team? Okay, I figured it was Japanese. Wait, are we getting 6? There's no way. There's no way it's Tatsuku that qualified for Worlds through a Duelist Cup. Suzukaku. Hold on, what was his name? Suzukaku. I shouldn't speak Japanese. The other Japanese player that qualified through Duelist Cup. The 2 from the WCQ. And then potential 2 additional season point teams? How many teams go? Let's see. There's 3 Duelist Cup. There's 2 season point. There's World Champion. And then there's 6 additional teams. So that's 12. And half of those are Japanese? Sorry, technically only 4 would be officially Japanese, and the rest would just be season point, which are Japanese. Unless somehow, some way, someone from Japan in the Duelist Cup that got first place, like Tatsuku or Suizo Kaku, Suizo Kaku, whatever his name is. Either one of those gave up their slot for Worlds to a different team. Which I don't think happened. That would be crazy. So unless I'm mistaken, which I don't think I am, yeah, Japan gets 6 teams at Worlds, and everyone else gets 1. LATAM gets 1. No, they get 2. 1, 2, 3, 7, 1. 1? There's no shot they get 1. North America gets 2, because Ryan Yu is the GOAT and qualified. And then it's PAX team. Europe gets 2 because World Champion and then the qualifying team. And then LATAM and Asia get 1 each. That's crazy. Because last year was not nearly like this, right? We had North American. We had 2 North American teams. We had 2 European teams. We had 2 LATAM teams. We had 3 European teams because Ragnarok qualified through March, or through the Duelist Cup. And then we had 4 Japanese teams still. I think there genuinely is no stopgap as to who can qualify through the Duelist Cup, nor who can qualify through season points. So yeah, I do genuinely think that there's just going to be half of the teams are Japanese. That's crazy. Six through qualifier, 3 through Duelist Cup, 2 through points, 1 world champ. Yeah. Exactly. 6 teams. Or, sorry, 12 teams. But there is technically no stopgap stopping any country from getting an additional team, or any region getting an additional team to the World Championship via other qualification methods. So it's only the WCQ that allows you to qualify for your region specifically. Everything else is just free game. Fun. So technically speaking, if next year's Worlds is won, or if this year's Worlds is won by Japan, which is statistically likely, if this year's Worlds is won by Japan, and they win every Duelist Cup and every season point slot, I don't know if they would host it in Japan again, but if they were to then also host it in Japan, they could have 8 teams. I don't know if they would do that. But I think there is a world in which they could have 7 teams from Japan. Make it to Worlds. Awesome. I love Worlds, aka Japan. Japan versus the world, more so. That's actually super funny. I didn't realize how much just other teams and other players kind of stepped up to make 2025 Worlds as dynamic as it was. I don't think I put 2 and 2 together when it came to that. Because it's oh yeah, these guys actually qualified through the Duelist Cup. Right? And then you also had the LATAM representation. You know, Ryan Yu, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no. It was Ragnarok also qualified through a Duelist Cup, right? And it's yeah, if these 2 guys hadn't won a Duelist Cup, then we would have had likely 2 additional Japanese teams. Like the Marvel movies, but with Japan. That's funny. And it's so funny because Japan never wins. In fact, this World Championship in particular, they didn't even do well. They didn't make it out of groups. And there were 5 of them. 4? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Never mind. 4. There were 4 of them. And if I'm not mistaken, the TCG didn't go exactly to their favor either. Yeah, they also didn't make it out of groups there. Though, to be fair, they only had 3 representatives, so that makes a bit more sense. Damn, there were how many North Americans? All right, never mind. That's probably why. How does... Hold on. How does the TCG work for qualification? Because I know it's points-based, but then why is it that, the OCG has so many fewer slots? I figured they would have more slots in general. Because, the OCG is, what, 7 players? Whereas the TCG is, 10,000 in comparison? I don't know what Oceania actually plays in. Are they OCG? Why would they be OCG? They're probably TCG. The only ones I know are OCG are Japan. Well, China's its own thing. Japan and Korea, right? That are OCG? I don't know. There's 4 different formats in the OCG. The point is, it's weird that it's kind of the opposite in paper play. where there's significantly fewer Japanese players, and I don't know why. Very strange. Very strange. Well, we do have a new card to talk about. That's a bingo card. It's a normal trap card. Says you can choose a monster in a column that is completely occupied and destroy all cards in that column. Then each player draws a card. Bingo. Comedy. Which, if you were to include one with an extra monster zone, it would make you need 5 cards in that column as opposed to just the standard 4. That's all. You can banish this card from your graves and activate one of these effects. You can destroy 5 monsters in your main monster zone, or 5 spells and traps in your spell and trap card zone to destroy, or to draw 2. Okay. Or, other effect, destroy 5 monsters in your opponent's main monster zone, or 5 in their spell and trap card zone, and then they draw 2. That is a thematically interesting card. And that's it. You play bingo. Though bingo... Doesn't bingo normally... No, I guess it is 5x5. I feel like sometimes I've seen it be a 5x6. Or I guess 6x5. Because it's BANGO and then 6 down. I could be wrong. But I feel like I've seen that. Regardless. 5. Interesting. The imperm victim. Nobody said same column no more. Yeah, but you could. I don't know. I have no thoughts. Other than it's funny. But of course it's a trap card that's terrible. It doesn't need to be good though. Are there anything actually interesting in Spicy Win Streaks? What the hell is happening here? Sprite Mitsu World Chalice stuff? I have expected to see... Oh, it's Nightmare. It's Nightmare Griffin. I have expected to see a Fiendsmith package in here, but nope. Oh, Spell Canceller too. Fun. Exo Sister. Lab. Sure. Fish. Fish. Ice Barrier. Bess. What? How the hell did this win a game? It's 60 cards as well. Huh? Okay. Dragon. Yubble. This is spicy now. How the mighty have fallen. Good riddance. Water and Habakiri. Gem Knights? This is just Gem Knights. It's not even interesting Gem Knights. It's just Gem Knights. Oh, it's blind second Gem Knights. Whoa, so spicy. Also, calling Exo spicy is... I just realized I just skimmed past Ice Barrier. Based gems? Based on what? A sinus infection? Anyway, we have Pack here. We're going to watch Jesse Cotton's video.
Returning to the World Championship. This last weekend was the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship qualifiers in Master Duel, the 4th and final opportunity to get an invitation to the Master Duel Championships, which is ahead of the TCG Championships in a month. My team finally got qualification this go round for the WCQ. Those who don't know, this is a tournament like the Duels Cup where 72 hours of Master Duel must be played, and the top players will get invited. For this one specifically, it is not first in the world, it is instead first in your region. Pack was able to walk away victorious from the WCQ, ended in second behind Ryan Yu, but Ryan Yu already won a cup this season, having beat Pack. But in this video, I'm going to go over my experience from the Cup, my decks, some top deck lists, my replays that I took, and just discuss things in general, because while I wasn't able to clinch a spot for myself, and it was Pack who did it, I still played the entire time and did decently, ending 4th in the region and 30th in the world. I guess with that said, I'm going to send you guys over to the highlight.
I think this is the best performance from Jesse Cotton, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's done better.
Lights, but
top 30
me, Sam, and
in
Pack,
the world.
we're coming to New Japan.
Congrats, thank you. Yeah, obviously fantastic news. Very stressful weekend. Pack
My
is
body is
insane.
ready.
So it's awesome that we were able to pull it off.
That's
Thank
a
you
name.
guys.
Now that's
so
a
does mean,
name.
obviously, I shall be returning to Tokyo for my 7th World Championships. Let Sam bring Dark Magician. Bro, he's not... Yeah, he's not going to be doing content shit. We will make him play real decks. All right, so the top decks. First place, Ryan Yu. No Radiant Typhoon Zoo, only Radiant Typhoon cards. Let's go. I think pretty straightforward deck lists. I don't think any deck list looks that interesting. There are a lot of Purges in KT, which we knew going up, and some Impulses. Hack was a demon, though, and played both. At some point, he had several lists. Yeah. So we had a Breaker list. I know
This was insane, by the way.
I liked a lot as well.
The Impulse and Purge in KT, like that's insane. I don't know how well that
and then
worked.
this is the fucking 3 Impulse 3 Purge list. And then I don't know what this list was. I don't think he played this one that much. I think he played most of these two. Show me used to hit 12, re-qualifying for Worlds. Should be taking G and Bernardo. Maybe he's the person to beat me a few times, but I kept going fucking second versus this deck. Looking at my hand and saying, wow, I can win. I go activate Brand Fusion, and they retaliating C, and I'm like, okay. And I didn't see the game. Fuck this shit too. Zodiac, this deck was such a menace. This is my list. So I did change things around. I had Perleys at some point. I had a Nib at some point. I played some KT, but I never climbed with it. I played Horn at some point. I played Free Super at some point. I played Droplets at some point. Things rotated up. Otherwise, it's a very standard list. I went classic tail heavy because it's pretty happy. This is what I played closer to the end. The Bell probably should have been something else, but it was kind of like a one of. I went to the monsters. I put Bell in, and then actually it's pretty straightforward. I mean, there's not much to talk about from my deck list. I think it's pretty safe. Call, why is that useful? I just kept breaking going first or losing the one Ash. I played Droplet at the start. You'll see my replays. It's just worse against KT. So people were playing into Droll, and then like it could have been a Droplet over the Bell, but Fu was really good, and then it's probably just better than Droplet because it was like almost all KT. So if there was more variety, I would have gone for Droll, for Droplet. But yeah, okay. Let's actually hop into Magical Clients.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. I feel like this. Going into this, I feel like no one really had the read that it was going to be all KT. Like, I think almost everyone kind of expected at least a little bit wider of a variety. I think a lot of people even expected KT to be second or like third most represented deck. Not myself, like top players. Joshua Schmidt said Branded would be the most represented deck, or would be like the best deck. So the sheer quantity of Cool Tune may have caught some people off guard, but of course everyone was prepared for Cool Tune nonetheless. But I think because of that, a lot of people, like Ryan Yu's Sky Striker list towards the end had a particularly good matchup against Cool Tune. And a lot of that was because Sky Striker just in general has a good matchup against Cool Tune, especially in comparison to that of like Branded or something of that nature. And it's why I think a lot of Sky Striker lists ended up popping up and doing so well, because it was just so heavily dominated by Cool Tune, by pretty much everyone else. But I also think Droll in particular was probably overperforming because no one was expecting it, because almost no one else was playing it. So it's like the decks that ended up actually playing Droll still ended up doing well because no one was prepared for it. In the sense that like all the KT players had cut it and we're playing like Purge instead. So
KT.
there's that.
So if there was more variety, I would have gone for Droll, for Droplet, but yeah. Okay, let's actually hop into Magical Clients. Also, I missed the screenshot, damn. We did finish 30th global, obviously, which is pretty good. But more importantly, Aqua in second place, where first is Ryan, so he's passed down. Does mean
The sheer amount
World
of
Championship,
KT.
baby, which obviously we already talked about, but we are back to the Worlds. So my
and that's what I was talking about. Is like KT was again, no one expected KT to have almost as dominant of a performance as that of like tier, right? Like it had tier 0 level representation technically, and I think that's where a lot of people were very confused, or like maybe not prepared, maybe caught off guard here or there, right? That's pretty much it. Wash.
I had a very rough start. Like I hit 10K in an hour and 10 minutes. I literally went 10-0 to start, and I'm like, great. But then I went to bed because it was like 1 a.m. I woke up around like 8:30 or whatever and started playing. And then I was just stuck. I finally ended the day climbing to 28K, which is not where I went to end day 1. Went to bed, woke up, and then climbed a little bit, but then ping-ponged from 35 to 40K the entirety of day 2. I'm like, all right, ended up climbing a little bit with the Dracotail. I'm like, I'm just going to stick with Dracotail, and if I've been doing well with. I think KT is the best deck, but I'm not good enough with it, so I'll play Dracotail. And I was able to climb to 60, but obviously by the end, once Pack was here, all I was playing for was to make sure I could beat our opponents. Although I never played anybody here. The only person I ironically played here was fucking Ray and Pack. And I played Morph actually too, but Morph fucking cooked me several times. I did save replays we can go over. There was more than 15, so I deleted some by accident, but I want to take some time to go over the replays and show you guys some of the games I played. I'll try to give you guys some commentary over it as well.
Let's go!
Okay. You start with this, you can obviously chain, find that to resolve, diffuse.
It's Fuwood. Okay, so obviously chain here. To add back stuff.
Make art.
Let's on 40 to give the draws. Ketu, Lulu, and show here. I just wanted to have multiple ways to fuse. I don't want normal Lulu. I don't want to search normal Lulu because of Blendis. And I realized that if I do that, I get mega destroyed by Blendis. So
It's so funny to watch Jesse playing KT.
I might be looking at trap instead though.
Jesse playing KT sounds insane to me. Like that just sounds like something
See on Anycraft like 2 the entire weekend.
impossible.
This one is like hard. You never know if you're supposed to hit this if they try Adam ST, but I like doing it because it's gonna pin down for the rest of the game. This is a fine trade though. I don't mind this. I'll lose the Fallen, just whatever. Dump Ring Brum. Get it set up in Grave.
Would we not have Reborned?
I like having a.
Would Reborn not have worked better? I don't know what we would necessarily have Reborned. I'm just wondering. Like, oh, could we not have like brought back Urgala for something? I don't know
Set up that way. I don't have to use this. So like you can pressure Battle Phase or Phonics, and that way this is not going to be a liability.
I guess sending Rindbrum is
It's hard to make
better,
plays constantly,
so that you can use
but like
it to
good because your
reborn
mind is obviously
LS.
destroyed after hours and hours and hours of playing. You'll see stuff you could have done better if you're sharp versus when you're actually playing. But well, there were several times I noticed this play right after I made them too. Yeah, so this means it's going to be a grind game probably. Now you can 2 cards, which is important, something like Hollow Resolve. And usually make sure you're okay in a grind game here because it's going to enter a grind. I'm like Hollow, Crusea. I'm just sitting patiently waiting. Yep, so he goes this.
See, and this is something I myself would have gotten caught by because I would see the like Mega Holla activation and be like, oh, I have to like do something here. Urgala's in hand. True, you're right. Never mind. I'm stupid. What was I saying? I would have been caught by this because I'd be like, oh, Mega Holla is going to activate. They're going to summon the Vara Rune. I better chain so that I can get my effect activation to resolve. But I guess we're just better. Just wait.
I'm gonna try and get this off. Yeah, Ashes, now this will check this, which is annoying. Let's have to try to stay alive. So I guess the spell. And now I'm gonna be on the back foot. Like now actually it's kind of awkward.
Dude, the Radiant
And I do need to
Typhoon
shuffle back card as well.
capability of just kind of like vomiting out a million guys has always bothered me. Like it's so difficult to slow them down or stop them or anything, and it's just so frustrating because it's like one guy gets the whole line and they can freely special summon themselves and they can play through all of this random interaction. It's just very silly.
So it's the force out the Rinbrom, which I just chain. He's not gonna negate because it's stupid. So able to put up a body. It's MST to negates it. I don't know if he should have done this play, it's kind of whatever. So I lose that. He swings there and then face it back to Ecclesia. But it is a little sus here because he's got just a lot of disruptions here still. The negate and the shuffle back. Oh, I guess negate the Ecclesia, so we even got Ecclesia back. So I just got these. Cartesius is obviously a fantastic draw. Summon, I can double chain block. I do this, that way I can chain to make Sex still if I want to do that. Just force everything out. Yeah, I can block there. Chain another MST, but I wanted to force out the MST, so I didn't mind it getting negated. Okay, so he gets the full clear, which I didn't mind, and now I get to set all my traps, and he's like nothing left. Yeah, so then he gets to play for follow-up now, but I'm pretty sure I can win this grind game because if I can get to clearing the Varun, it's like low-key fine. So force out that, and then get
Still
to...
has Keteo, which
Quick
is
will go into
literally everything.
Secretarian. Then I can start resetting up.
That's crazy.
Put that back. Get to make Ecclesia. Bring that back. And now I can clear the bodies up. And then Sting will be on the grind as well. The Cartesia for follow-up and Anaconda. So I can go Jade and banish this now. So banish this is really important, so I won't get it back. And then Sting will be able to banish the
He's just better.
mandate.
He's
So
just
follow up
bad.
there. So now I get to this point. I still have this live for disruption. This is dead, but this is here and this is here. Because I have Ecclesia here, I can add back, it's no problem. He gets this, which can check this, but that's fine. And I have to be patient because you really can't do a whole lot. And make him commit cards first. So he revives Hala, I don't care. Trying to get access to Phonics. Just be a little careful of, otherwise not a huge deal. He's also trying to force interactions and see if I like Blunder. He forces this now, I just kill the Hala, so I can't use it again later. Varun here is annoying, but I'm gonna make sure the trap is banished, so it's not gonna be a problem. Even this is weird because now whatever he sends I can banish, so he's just not gonna send. Which means no Phonics access still.
So he banishes the trap here so that this
Yeah, and then the Varun's
doesn't
already banished, so I don't have to
reset
banish that.
Could you imagine if this also grabbed from banish? That'd be insane.
He forces it out. I chain. He goes Maxi, digging from the card.
Maxi!
Okay. I don't use the effect. He's one card left here. And yeah, it's just over. Yeah, so this one was crazy. We get into these grinds versus some of these decks, and it's like there's so much going on, it's hard to keep track of. And playing those out, timing out can be difficult. This is the Saturday game, I guess. I think this is why I switched to
That
KT.
was wild.
This is the 20 turn game? Okay, I know which game this is. This was fucked. I was stuck, so I'm like, let me play KT. I think it's a better deck. I was also good enough with it. ATS, I'm like, alright, we'll have to dash this. Standby phase, make phase 1, then he goes mix, I bell, okay. And he goes synchro for Q. Or remix, the top 2, I'm like, alright, getting a Veiler for turn, like great, sets 1 pass. So he doesn't know my top deck here, which is important. So effects at overtake, probably should have been KTS to get belled here, and I got belled, so that was dumb. Definitely misplay. A normal mix, impermed. So he doesn't know that I have no plays, so he can just do nothing with the remix and he's chilling. But instead he goes to try pop this in case I have a play in hand. So he adds those back, makes another remix for follow-up, and pops the mix here. And now I guess I just go hit this. He hits my top deck again, so I know I'm gonna shuffle deck, I guess, doesn't matter. So then I set another thing, and I go. So now I'm actually looking pretty good. Because to pass back, I need engine here, I probably win. My third fallen, which is annoying to set it. So you set, I set both because of rotary here. So he's able to play, I want to be able to Veiler, stop the Trackmaker, and the rotary can't search either. And then importantly here, what I can do is I can send Ecclesia to pop, and then I can use the effects to revive with Ecclesia, so I can summon back mix or whatever.
Also, holding that, holding the Fallen and the Virtuous there, I guess it makes sense, right? Because, like, if you were to pop mix and add Q, like, that doesn't do anything, right? Because they still have the remix on field, but, like, balls of steel there.
Then he has Desires, which is really rough. Draws 2, then passes. Alright, need to mention here, draw Recom, like, let's go. And normally fucking has Gamma. And in Banish Driver, obviously, so that's rough. And we're back in the grind here. And I decided I want to set a follow-up, so I put this in grave so that I can next turn steal. I pass back. I figure this is enough anyways. Desires is again, so he goes down to 7 cards in deck. There's Road to Reveal Ash. There's Field Spell, and I pop that. Don't get a little engine here.
Anything? Does the opponent even have anything to search off of Rotary? That's a great question.
And then he passes back. I draw Ash, so I have to just go pass. I'm like, I have no falls, I'm gonna spin this back, so give him more bricks in his deck, so he can't top deck a good card. He passes. Then I draw and pass, obviously. I do not play this game. I'm a spectator of this game. I'm gonna draw Maxi for turn. Yep. And then I pass again.
Yeah! Cool, dude!
So then he draws.
Everyone's favorite.
And he has Rotary Reveal Ash again. So I Maxi here. In case this only plays with the Ash, he has to give me draws. So he doesn't play into it, gives me 100 and passes. And I can't kill this, by the way. I'm gonna draw Veiler for turn. Oh no, it gets Ashed, yeah. So I draw KTS, it gets Ashed, but now we can't synchro with this. So I have to just pass. He goes draw, and then he ends. He doesn't even attack the defense, just goes end. I'm like, okay.
Cool, dude.
And I draw another Veiler.
Cool, dude.
So like, alright,
my
pass.
favorite.
And the normal scheme, like, fuck that. Veiler, and obviously I have Ash as well if I need to, like KTS and everything. Makes Trackmaker, stacks my top deck. Hits Rotary, KTS, banish that, and then...
He doesn't have a search
target. I
target.
want to hold the Ash here in case there's another Q or anything, so I don't do anything. Oh no, then I try to set up a play, but then it gets stopped. No, yeah.
Oh no.
He turns loudness once it is, and I want to hold the Ash now after this instead of try playing into it. Because now this is here, this is 0 attack again, and then he has no cards left. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure he has no way to deal damage to me. So I'm just gonna set the Droll, and I don't think he can kill it. He goes overtake. I'm pretty sure that means the only target is clip. So I just do this. Because his only thing was mix, and the remixes are both in grave. His recos are all vanished, and his clip was in his hand. And then he finally concedes. But
See, Pot of Desires is fair. He banished his entire deck.
would have decked out, I think. I legitimately think he was gonna deck out. Because he had no recos left. And no
Imagine decking out your cool to an opponent.
mixes left. So that was a crazy 20 game.
You're
So I switched back to
playing
Draco
Cool Toon, the
Tail. This is on the 20th
opponent's
again.
playing Cool Toon, and you deck them out.
You want some pancake? Then you just...
Alright, so I'm going second this game. I got Fuwa Super Power, which is nice, but this is otherwise not a very good hand. Starting off with Gold Desires. It's Cool Tune. This is lucky at least, but then he gets Ash, and I'm like, oh shit. Because he also gets to add back the Ash for free now. This game looks mega cancer, obviously, because even with the Super Poly, I don't have Engine. So yeah, he ends like this for some reason. Like he's trying to go wide into the Super Poly, I guess. Not enough. Drop really obviously return, which is not helpful. So I summon this to force things out and hit with that. I'm like, okay. So I'll chain here. Just check for a toggle. Chain Super Poly, make Jade. Since I establish Jade, I'm like, okay, this is like maybe a fine position. I just have to hold my disruption for as long as I can.
Weird to see you going Mirror Jade there, but I guess it makes sense, right? Like, Theseus isn't going to do anything.
RS, revive this here. If he pops it, chain this here, yes, no negates. This now puts this in the grave so I can start falling in the end phase and use it. That affects the blow up. And he chains all this shit for like no reason. And yeah, so he gets follow up here off this, I guess, but it's like fine. And important, this is also a second
It's a 5. I just realized that matters. Because we've already also used Albaz. Albaz, like, OG Albaz is in grave. So we can't even make the synchro.
Maker, so I can try grind versus that.
I guess we do make very
I'm making a con here to force things out.
Make
And he gets failed again.
Failure.
Okay, it's unfortunate, but it's fine. And I go end phase at the fallen. Clear the RS, I'm pretty sure. Oh, revive the Mirror Jade. That's what it is.
Revive.
Yeah, revive Mirror Jade.
Jade.
And then effects and
Mirror Jade
Albion,
effect.
banish that, and then set the Fallen. Then Mirror Jade resolved on that.
Because you dogma. He's just better. Yeah, of course. Of course. Because there's like
phase.
10 million
I think
ways
I should
to...
have.
all
I
of
bet
your
the second
branding
Trackmaker is pretty
cards.
good. Oh, no, that one's in the grave. Okay. But yeah, because the Trackmaker, Loudness War can be annoying to keep it in grave. The benching artist means he can't revive it off of Q though. So yeah, and then it's kind of hard here, and he just scoops. I still have Renbrum, so I can go pop and revive. He probably won me so many games. My opponents did not know how to play against it, and then crumbled. Okay, going second in his hand is like not great, obviously.
I thought
oh, no, I went first. Okay, that's fine. What's best about this game? I don't remember. I feel like grind game was
I thought that
second.
Jesse was cooked.
This is Bernardo again.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Turn these back. Wow, this deck is
Jesse
awful.
was cooked.
I thought that
Dude,
Jesse
it's
was
rough. I
cooked.
decided to go for Anaconda instead. So like ends up being like
I
okay.
thought that Jesse was cooked.
And I played
All right. We can continue watching. We don't really need to. We can take a look
All
at
right, yo,
Pack's
what's up,
video.
guys?
I
So-
do kind of want to hear his discussion on because he he played this very, very interesting deck list of KT board breakers. Board breaker KT. So I think he shows I think he has
So
four
I
different
played
decks.
a standardized F&V KT deck to start. I thought that KT was the best deck because
It was.
it pretty much almost always wins
I was wrong. By a lot.
going first, even against breaker
That's
decks,
crazy.
as long as you execute correctly. And so I thought that like if I wanted to play a deck that for a Duelist Cup that when it went first, it almost always wins. A huge majority of the time, and then when it goes second or when it loses the roll, you still have a chance to still steal that game.
Also,
the thing is,
watching
most
Pack
people,
is
I recognize. So I played day
almost
one.
impossible for
I
me
actually started a little
because
bit late because
can't
actually
look
I
at
still
his
had to
cards.
work that day, the first half of the day.
It's like
so I only started around
impossible
like I
to
said
actually see what's
lunchtime,
happening.
and I didn't play Thursday night at all actually because I had to wake up for my presentation for work. So
Oh right, this guy like works a 9 to 5. He's just better.
I actually didn't play until around closer to noon.
He's just
or like
better.
11, maybe 11, like yeah, 11 towards the second half of 11. But yeah, but as I started playing, I actually recognized a couple things. First of all, there weren't that many KT in like the boonies, as I call it, in the early stages. It was actually just a lot of like rogue decks. So I played this just to like get a good feel for the meta and just like play. But I actually played this for the majority of day one to get to 43k. So this is a very weird deck list because you get.
I will agree that I don't think KT is the best deck in ranked. Even to this day. Even right now. I'm going to say, if you're trying to climb, I don't think KT is the way to go. I think there are better options. Mostly because there's so much hate against KT. But more specifically, KT is significantly better when there is a metagame that you can prepare for specifically. And be like, I'm going to play these hand traps. I'm going to play these board breakers. Right. And I think a deck like Draco Tail or Vanquish Old Canine, they don't really have bad matchups and can kind of just play their cards and do well, I think are arguably better. But I think for a WCQ and like at the higher ranks, when you're playing against other top players and when you're playing against other specifically meta decks over and over and over again, KT becomes godlike. Because being able to see the opponent's hand, being able to know what they're playing, being able to prepare specifically what they are playing and what you're playing and like how to play against it, and all of that jazz, and like knowing the exact intricacies of it, makes the deck so much better.
You guys probably are like, what the hell is this? But the reason why I decided to play and start off with more of a KT breaker approach was because in earlier stages, a lot of people played Endercraft and Pure Branded. And so in order to beat those decks, what I did was, KT is a deck that adapts to the meta. So if you just play one deck list all the way through, I think it's going to be hard.
Sorry. Say that again. Say that again, Pack.
In earlier stages, a lot of people played Endercraft and Pure Branded. And so in order to beat those decks, what I did was, KT is a deck that adapts to the meta. So if you just play one deck list all the way through, I think it's going to be hard to find success. So I think one thing that helped me a lot was being able to adapt to the meta and change your deck list accordingly. That's something that Tasuku does really well. I feel like he makes really good meta calls and he adjusts his non-engine accordingly. That's how I think he won, like, for example, like March Cup, because he made the meta call to play VSK9 with Retail, and that was literally a free, like, he won like plus 30 and like.
Yeah. Yep. And that's why I think Cool Tune in particular did so well in the WCQ, but why it hasn't necessarily popped off nearly as much in like ranked or in tournaments or in anything else of that nature, because I think there's just so many more decks available that are of like a similar caliber that generally speaking you can kind of get a similar payout, if not a better payout than Cool Tune. However, being able to play Cool Tune in the WCQ,
I don't even know, like from nothing,
God,
you know.
better.
So I like studied that approach, and I was like, what if I adopt that in my own?
I feel like it's less. How do I put this? Cool Tune doesn't feel, even though it had a similar amount of like representation as that of like Tier or Snake Eyes. I guess Snake Eyes didn't really have that much because of Duel. Tier. We'll go with Tier. Even though it has a similar number of representation as Tier, it didn't feel like it was so much that it was just like, oh, it's just the better cards, like Tier was, right? Tier just had the better cards, right? Cool Tune doesn't feel like they have the better cards per se, so much as they feel like they have the ability to adapt and just be more versatile than maybe something like Branded. And faster, easier, simpler.
Strategy. so I started thinking about, okay, well, I'm playing like freaking Endercraft back to back, like just a lot of cancer bullshit and a lot of Branded decks. So I was like, okay, I decided to build a deck that basically just like beats Branded first or second, regardless of the dice roll. So I played a breaker deck where the only hand traps I really played were Ash and Bell, because these hand traps are actually utilized as breakers as well. And obviously I played Fua in this version of the deck because Fua works really well in the breaker strategy. And then I played double Desires, double Talents just to have draw cards in order to get to Illusion Gate. And Illusion Gate was basically just game against Pure Branded. If you Illusion Gate and resolve it going second into Pure Branded or Endercraft, the game's over. That's why I'm really sad that I actually have a bunch of, oh my god, I have so many replays where I think there was this one Endercraft player that I resolved Desires twice and Talents, and he had Vanity's Fiend, Dimensional Fissure, both two of them, and I actually still won that game going second because of Illusion Gate. Illusion Gate works actually under Vanity's Fiend. Fun fact. You guys can try to Master Duel against a friend if you want. But so I knew that my win of Illusion Gate.
That's crazy.
So Illusion Gate wins me those unwinnable matchups as well. And then against Branded, Dracotel, actually I played against I think the game's not saved anymore because I override it because I saved so many extra games. But I played against like I think Bronis, where
What's
I
the best thing to summon against
through his
Branded?
full Branded Dracotel board with Illusion Gate FMV.
Depends on what's in the
And he also Omega Hand looped me. Like that was an insane game.
Could be a Mirror Jade, could be an
but
Albion,
I basically like
could be
turboed
an Albaz,
from like 10k
could
to
be
43k, just playing only this, and I finished day one at 43k playing just only
hand trap.
KT Breaker. Some things about my
Could be a
deck list, I guess, is I played like double Albion just because I think having FMV, like 3 of them actually comes up when you are playing when you're going first, and you have to play against a breaker deck. Like you will need 3 FMV. Also, so that's why I played I played like these ratios. Other than that, I think this list is pretty
Fallen
straightforward.
and the Virtuous. Okay, I've been thinking about this because of the way that the world format works, right? Where you get the shared card, right? I was thinking about this and I was like, okay, if I am wrong button. If I'm like preparing for Worlds, where I have to share the cards and like share the cards with my teammates, how much of the Fallen and Virtuous engine do you share? Do you share Wildbaz? Do you share Albion? Is that like your 3 shared cards? You know, how important is that? Do you maybe not share that and instead go for other generic cards, right? Because Fallen and the Virtuous requires so many additional pieces to it to make it valuable, right? Maybe you share instead like Radiant Typhoon Vision or Pot of Desires or something of that nature, right? And I was thinking about it and I was like, I think this might be the most interesting in terms of decks, shared cards, and overall philosophies when it comes to deck building that Worlds has ever been. And the reason for that is because we don't have, I don't think we have, especially post ban list, I don't think we have a definitive like best deck. I think you could get away with a bunch of different decks pretty much across the board, right? Like, yes, you will likely see Cool Tune, Branded /Branded Dracotail. Those are likely to be seen in pretty much every every single one of these players' portfolios. But I don't necessarily think that that is the sole options. And I feel like those secondary decks are going to be way more important than I think they've been in the past, right? Like, you can't just play, like, Malice. I don't know, maybe you could get away with playing just Branded, but I don't know. And I think the more important thing is the shared cards, because Maxi's out 1, Called By's out 1, Ashe sucks into this current metagame. I don't think we're getting any decks that will shake up the metagame. It's not like we're going to get Tunes or something like that, which would be... we could get Power Patrons, right? Which could theoretically shake up the metagame and add an additional player into the metagame. But I don't think it shakes it up enough to, like, dethrone Branded or Cool Tune or Vanquish Soul K9 or something of that nature. Dark Lords aren't good enough. Not even close. And so, I think this could be a very interesting set of decks, and more specifically, set of shared cards for Master Duel. That's all.
Only changes that I might consider is like maybe
and a lot of it is because of this card. I think you could legitimately see an entire team go Fallen and Virtuous, White Albaz, Albion as their shared cards, and just like use that across all of their decks because it fits in like every deck.
Desires and then 1 talents instead, like 3-1, or maybe like you play 3 Desires and you cut the Duelist Genesis. But I decided also there's another reason why I played a bunch of 2-ofs was because, and I didn't want to play 3 of these, which might be a wrong choice, but it was also because of Q. So my issue was also like if I also wanted something that wasn't the worst into the mirror, but early on in day 1 people were just atrocious with KT. Like they just obviously weren't well practiced. So I actually won going second with this version of the deck into the mirror a lot. Like I had one guy, he stacked an Illusion Gate on top of my deck after seeing one in my hand, and then I went Illusion Gate, he went Negate. I'm like, activate again, and it resolved. I summoned back his what do you call it, his RS or like or Rico or whatever, and then I just killed him. And I'm like, all right, well that was cool. So like they were just like, yeah. But then the reason why I had a bunch of 2-ofs is because I count these as 2-ofs.
Yeah, Illusion Gate is a card. If you negate it, you can activate a second one, regardless of how you negate it. You have to resolve the effect in order for it to be once per duel, which I think is kind of interesting.
It's because I didn't want to have a card in my hand and they Q stack a duplicate on top. So I was like, so that's why I had 2-ofs. Like it wasn't completely random, but that was like my logic for playing 2 of these. I think Desire was so crazy. I probably should have played 3 because in a breaker deck, like drawing 2 cards is like there's one game I Desires into Talents draws into 2 more, and then I drew Illusion Gate, and that's how I won against Ashe Endercraft because I know what all the Endercraft cards do. So like I went Rotary Reveal Bell even though I had no plays just to make my opponent trigger the red guy, the red Endercraft, which says when you activate a monster effect in the hand, just so I can trigger my talents to draw 2, and then and then I can start drawing cards to draw an Illusion Gate and kill him. Yeah, no, the Synchro 10 never comes up for B2B. Usually you can find another way to win instead. It only comes up if you get shifted, and so I didn't really play the target. For day 2, I decided to switch my deck a little bit around. So I played basically this deck, which is a little bit weird.
It's called
but I can
low
explain.
rarity, and it's all royal.
So day 2, I recognize that once you're in the top, like 30, top
this
20,
is a psychopath deck list. What? Huh? What do you mean? What's going on here? We're playing KT with Purge and Impulse. Oh. Also, Royal, Alt Art, or Full Art Impulse. Brother's got money.
top 30 of players, you play only KT. Okay, you will play KT until you cannot play any more KT. Okay, and so the mirror is basically there's no skill in the mirror. I mean, it's if your opponent has somewhat of a brain, like they.
Ooh, cool dude. Yeah, the mirror
should almost beat you every time they go first. So I was like, well, I had a big one. So I was like, okay, well, how do I even solve that? Like, draw wasn't consistent enough in the mirror. It was like really suspect. So, and I tested Purge and Impulse actually before this tournament. So I knew that like these cards actually were not that bad. So I decided to like say, what if I play both Purge and Impulse just for, just to resolve my effect negation cards like Veiler, Bell, Imperm, or whatever I need to just to like stop them and then full stop them. And it was quite effective. I basically climbed up to 61k playing this to finish day 1. I finished day 2 at 61k just to put myself in striking distance to catch up because at that time I wasn't even. I think when I ended the night of day 1 I was first NA, and then when I ended the second night I was first NA. So I was first NA both times I went to bed. And I think like top 10 NA or top 10 global both times I went to bed. But a lot of it, but I think like I made goals for myself where I wanted to hit a certain point threshold so that no matter.
I will say Pac has been extremely good in the past couple of Duelist Cups. Like pretty much ever since he actually started trying in Master Duel, he's been real good. He hasn't quite been able to like topple either Ryan Yu or Totsuku. But he's always like second or third or something like that. He's always up there.
What happens even if I'm not in the lead? Like I think I woke up and like I think one of the players was at 66k, but because I was at 61, I was always enough to be in striking distance to make sure that like no matter what happens, like I still have a shot to be in the race. And that ended up working really well for me because to go from 61 to 70 wasn't really that bad. Like I obviously went from 61 to 70. I think I got to 70k. I went +9 in about 3 hours because I only started playing Sunday at noon. One thing that I think also helped me because I slept normally. I like slept 8 hours every day. I didn't do any weird stuff like waking up early because I think that like if you're not playing the KT mirror, you'll play against a breaker deck and you need to use like 100% of your brain power to win going first against people who are opening super poly, white albaz, like trip double engage, talents, widow. Like you will need to use your utmost like brain to like win.
If I saw that hand, I would lose my mind. White albaz, super poly, double engage, widowmaker, triple tack. Huh?
Those matchups, and like I figured that I'd rather play at my fullest potential than play like kind of sloppy and tired.
Why is white
so I made sure like I slept properly. I always slept at least 8 hours every single day, and then I also went to the gym.
I get the idea.
Both days actually, like the day 2 and day 3, just to make sure that I was like locked in and focused. I took breaks just to reset my mental because when you play like tilted, like you're just gonna play worse. And I think like the biggest thing is not how many games you play, but just that you win every game you can and you don't toss any games, right? And even in this tournament, I definitely did still toss games, just because just because I messed up, like nothing else more to say to that. And like there's still definitely room to improve, but at least like this was like I guess enough per se. So I think that even like someone like myself who ended up qualifying, like I still had a lot of room where I still tossed like a bunch of games. And I think the goal would be to, like, if you can have like a perfect DC run, like you probably like with no mistakes at all TP wise, you probably auto qualify every single time. But obviously that's like very hard in actual practice. But I think the things that helped me were just to like focus, were like, you know, sleeping properly, going to the gym, drinking a lot of water. Like if you don't believe me, look at this. This is how many waters I have on my desk right now. It is like enormous, but it's yeah.
Why is that water bottle?
Yeah, just like I said, I think it's like the small things that doesn't, it seems like it doesn't matter, but I think it helped me a lot. So
looks like a soju.
But I played this, and I know these cards. You might be wondering like, what the heck is this? Like don't these cards lock you? So my theory for that, which was essentially, if you went first with them, they were essentially better than Full Rose or even FMV. Because when you play against breaker decks, FMV is really not that good.
Sparkling
like you play against
water.
Striker, you have an FMV.
True. I never drink sparkling water.
You play against like Radiant Typhoon,
like
you have FMV, doesn't do anything. But these cards were insane because if you went first with them, they actually are basically solemn. They're just solemns. Like they're actually just like solemn judgments. Like they basically make it so you can get every single card in your opponent's hand, which allows you to like actually FTK your opponent. And then so that's like the application of it going first, which is pretty obvious. Like they're just insanely broken going first. Going second, there are restrictions with them. That is 100% the case. But my thought process in the mirror is you need to sack your opponent to win. Like if your opponent, and you have to keep in mind, like once you start getting to like 60k range, the people you're playing are not shit. Like they actually know how to play KT. Like they're not like noobs.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Like they might make like some small sequencing decisions that are like maybe not the perfect choice or whatever.
Don't worry,
I would say for the most part, like they play way above average.
They're YCS champions. No shit.
Like I would argue better than some players in YCSs that I've played. And so I'm like, well, the standard approach isn't really gonna work. So I need to like actually full stop these guys. And there's gonna be a risk, right? Like if I didn't draw this impulse going second and it was like a full instead, I was probably losing down anyways. Like that's the other thing you have to keep in mind. It's like, oh yeah, I activate impulse, yeah, and I can't activate I can't normal summon a guy. But it's like if this impulse was like any other card, I was probably dead anyways. Like if it was a breaker, my opponent opens a road to 3, I'm probably dead anyways.
It's true. Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed with the Fua in this match, or in this metagame, as well as pretty much all of the Charmies, except for specifically Max C. Pretty much every Charmy just kind of sucks. Like there are so many ways for almost every single deck to just not care. It's like, yeah, dude, awesome. Activate your Fua loss. I'll give you a draw maybe, and then still have like 9 interactions. It's like awesome. Glad I got that one draw out of that.
Right. So like if I don't have like if I can't use like any,
but especially
like, if I don't have
in
a way to stop them, I'm out.
It does make sense. It's like, all right, I full stop you or I die. I was like, yeah, that is kind of how it feels.
I'm out the game anyways. Like you might.
Now, granted, against Master Duel ranked players, you could get away with murder and they'd still probably be like, no, hold this negation. The amount of times I've like fooed an opponent and then they just like scramble and have a stroke and die, including myself. I've done this myself. Yeah.
Hit surrender.
And then you play against
I was
like
like,
one
well,
OCG player
at least
who
these
has
gives me a chance to maybe
semblance of
sack
an
a
idea
win.
of how to play the game. And you're like, oh my gosh,
and
what the fuck is
there's also like
happening?
Draco Tail in day 3. There was a bunch of like Draco Tail roaming around. Like I think the guy who was like first NA or like second NA, he was playing Draco Tail. Jesse was playing Draco Tail and he was pretty close. Like I think I saw Ray playing Draco Tail.
Oh yeah, Ray was playing Draco Tail the entire time. He never, I never really saw him at that high in points, but he was playing Draco Tail.
Who else? There's a bunch of Draco Tail.
I'm surprised he didn't play Sky Striker.
I think Marf also played Draco Tail. Who else? There's a bunch of Draco Tail in NA. So I decided that these Dominus cards also help Draco Tail. Yeah, Abdullah I think played Draco Tail. So these Dominus cards also help you against Draco Tail. Going second, because that deck just breaks. Like it's not the most consistent. So having an Impulse, which is like more copies of Ash, having a Dominus Purge, more copies of Ash, like basically 9, is like really does help your Draco Tail matchup a lot too, going second, just to give you a chance. Like I said, I lost, like I'm not kidding, like 10, 11 dice rolls in a row, and I went positive that hour. I think like the way I climbed from 61 to 70, I lost more dice rolls than I won. But it's because I was just sacking my opponent with these Dominus cards. But you need to sack your opponent. Like you can't. There's no fair game in like there's no like the fair hand traps aren't like good enough. So I play these and I think.
I agree. The fair hand traps aren't enough. Yu-Gi-Oh cards are too powerful now. You can't fairly hand trap your opponent. It's why I like Droll. It's why I like the Dominus cards. It's why I'm a fan of Nibiru. Because they're hand traps that actually stop the opponent. Or that at least meaningfully impact the board. And to change it to where they're not just immediately going to continue playing the game.
I was really happy that I played them because I think they were good meta calls. Like, I don't think they're the most optimal way to play, but I think for that environment that I was trying to beat, it was like what I think gave me the best
Any
edge.
chance this makes fun me hit Dominus
right,
cards?
like going
Seeing
first,
how
going second,
in the
just in
OCG,
general.
Impulse is currently
I actually had a
semi-limited,
game where I won
would
resolving
not be
both
surprised.
Impulse and Purge,
The Dominus
and I played
cards,
RSB
specifically
down.
Impulse. Impulse is extremely powerful, and the fact that it doesn't lock dark monsters makes it even more powerful.
Like I summoned a 4K Obelisk, the Tormentor, that just kept attacking, and then my opponent had no outs. I played not Typhon, but I had like 5 hand traps. Like he couldn't, like I had a hand trap every single draw. He couldn't play at all. So yeah, the issue with Cypher is that they were bad going first, whereas the Dominus cards are actually good going first. So when you get food or max seed, these Dominus cards actually help a lot. So that's why I think these cards are like just really good.
Having played, I played his third deck list. Which I thought was just generally the better deck list because it looked very similar to a lot of other players' deck lists from like the OCG and from just everywhere. Everyone kind of agreed on Purge. But I haven't played this one. I'm not gonna lie, I might have to try it because he's selling me on it. But I don't know how good it would be against like non-cool tune.
Other thing I did was I played Shooting Riser because I saw that a lot of people were playing Contact C. So Shooting Riser lets me beat Contact C. So that's why I played it. And I played SP as well for Contact C out. Yeah, they don't lock you all of all the hand traps. Some of them do. Like Purge stops you from Ash, but doesn't stop you from Veiler or Bell. Like Impulse stops you from Ash and Bell and Veiler. So Impulse is technically worse. But overall, like these, like they do have some conflicts.
I will say Purge definitely feels way more playable. Like you can still activate like 90% of your cards. Right? You just can't activate like RS or Remix. But that doesn't matter.
But most of the time, you're going to use your Veiler, your Ash, or your Bell first anyways, and then you use these. So usually you use your baby hand traps first, and you use like the Bomb Impulse or the Bomb Purge to fully stop them. And then if you fully stop them, usually you have a chance to then come back and win the game. Like I said, it's not perfect. You will lose games, but you probably were losing that game anyway. So I didn't see it as like, oh, they're like, as like, like if they were Fua, bro, like Fua was so bad, like in this format because it wasn't good enough. And then FMV, bro, you're not breaking a guy who has a brain. If your opponent has a brain, and
Anyway.
you have FMV in the KT mirror, you're not beating them. Like you're really not. Like you would think you beat them because you play against like noobs, but like I'm telling you, these guys in like top 10 are nasty. Like they're actually nasty with KT. Like they will checkmate you, and then you just can't do anything. So that's why I'm like, I decided to commit fully to the hand trap approach to stop these players from even trying to play at all. That's why I didn't play FMV. I cut FMV from my deck. I didn't play any of those cards because I was like, bro, like I cannot like, there's no outplay. Like these guys are not like, you cannot outplay these guys. They also, keep in mind, these guys are also been playing for like hundreds of hours leading up to this tournament as well. I queue them and rated all the time. So I'm like, so that's why I was like, that's why I did this approach. I played One Desires over Second Genesis just to have a different unique card than Genesis. Because like I said, I don't want the scenario to come up where my opponent queues me and then stack the same card to my hand. If they do that, you basically you have a dead card in your hand. So I wanted the diversity, and Impulse and Desires was good as well instead of the third Genesis or second Genesis, because it gave me the chance to draw non-engine, because this can be non-engine or engine, whereas this can only be engine. So it was basically an engine or a non-engine card instead. So that's why I played the one Desires over the Genesis.
This is something that I've actually heard a lot of players talk about when it comes to Cool Tune, is the fact that like playing not the same card. So like playing 2-ofs that Jesse Cotton did, or you know, playing 2 different 1-ofs, means that against Q, when they look at the top of your deck, you are less likely to see that same card. And so they can't just stack that same card that has that hard once per turn that you're not going to be able to activate. Now it's just a dead card, right? And so being able to do that and kind of dilute the number of useless cards that you are going to draw, that's come up a bunch. Fuck Q. That's all.
And then everything else is pretty straightforward. I think Ash, Veiler, Bell, Imperm were the best hand traps, and then you need 6 more hand traps after this. But
to be fair, I mind the fact that you can look at the opponent's hand and stack the deck. It's literally just rotary. Just,
issue was there just weren't
bad.
6 good hand traps after this. Like, and Cyframes were really bad going first. Like, so I couldn't afford to play those cards. And also like Delta is not even comparable to cards like Purge and Imperm. I mean Purge and Impulse. So that was that. And I basically played those 2 lists. I also played this. So I also did try a version with FMV, cross out call by, and then I played less Purge, and then I played 1 Fua. This was like I call this a sack deck, just like in case I want to like queue. I wanted to queue this deck like closer to like if I needed to push for first, because let's say someone overtakes me, no pun intended. Then I wanted like in the like close to the last hour. Then I wanted a deck where like if I win the roll, I'm probably just gonna like I have more like cancer cards like cross out. And if I went second, I have the 1 Fua over like or like a, you know, like just to sack my opponent. Like, and I'm playing like random FMB. Maybe I queue into a branded. Like, who knows in the last hour what you queue into? It was just kind of like a last minute ditch kind of situation. Like, see, I had a last hour go first deck. Hope to win the roll. Just FTK my opponent going first. Play like random Fua, random Joel to like sack my opponent. Like, you know, like I was basically trying to like sack W's essentially. So there's that. You played this card because if they context you on mix, you can start a synchro, back to mix, and then make B2B. I did that before as well. So I did some cool stuff with this.
Contact.
But yeah, I mean that was pretty much the decks I played. So yeah, I didn't play anything else. I thought all the other decks were like worse tiers. Like I thought KT was like tier 0.5, and then like you know, like Striker was like tier 1. Like I thought Brandon was unplayable. I thought Dracotail was unplayable. Just because like they take forever to play. They're not as consistent as KT. You break a lot of
that makes sense.
Times going first. So that's why I decided to like play this deck.
I think that's probably why Branded didn't do nearly as well. Like Branded takes so long. And I think Branded actually is technically, well, I would say more specifically Branded Dracotail. But one of the variants of Branded are likely actually the best deck in the game. It's just that they're not as fast.
I thought that Radiant was also kind of like mid. Like I tried Radiant as well. That deck also has hand trap issue. Like you lose to hand traps with that deck because
unless you're Ryan Yu, who's just better.
Like even if you guys remember anything about TCG Radiant, like I feel like hand traps actually stopped that deck. Yeah, they play the zoo cards. They just FTK'd you. It is what it is. Yeah, Branded just takes forever. My issue with Branded too is that like if you play the Branded you're sitting for 40 minutes. And also the Branded is like like you can go first and not win. I feel like KT most of the time you win first and you don't misplay, you win. Even against the craziest hands from your opponent, you will win.
Pretty much.
So
yeah, being able to sculpt being able to sculpt your interactions to exactly what your opponent has.
And like you go first, your opponent super calls you, like they does some bullshit, and all of a sudden you're out of the like. I just felt like it was easier to sack in the Branded mirror than it was in the KT mirror. Like there's just no outplay. Like I go first, or you lost. Like, you know.
Hey, what's up, guys? So as you can see, this is Opera X. This is a platform.
Ad. Holy shit, are we still in the ad? Oh. Okay. I don't really care about the replays. I want to hear his final discussions.
Yeah, I wish I had more games, but like I said, it got just kind of overridden. So I don't really have more, but some of the other ones were so crazy. I wish I recorded it. Like I said, I had a game where I got Omega hand looped, full Dracotail, full Branded setup, and I OTK'd my opponent with Illusion Gate. Like I Illusion Gate FMV'd it, the flame doesn't resolve, I nuked the whole board, summon back Golden Sword Soul, played through more back row with KTS, killed the last thing, made Loudness, entered battle, attack Loudness for 33, like attack with the Golden Sword Soul, then flip KTS for B2B for game. Yeah, so this is what I played day 1 and day 2-ish. I replaced 2 Bell with 2 Droll. So you don't see it reflect here because if you change directly on like the WCQ list, it won't reflect in the deck that you made before the event. So this actually was, I played 2 Droll at some point because people stopped respecting it. So that's why I played like this. And I played 1 Bell because if you draw Ash, you want Q to search Bell, which is not even like a bad thing. Yeah, so this is what I played for most of day 1 and day 2, I would say. Yeah, it was really good. I was really happy.
All right. I don't know if he has anything else to say. We're going to talk about Joshua Schmidt because he made this video and all it said, I mean, the title says it all. Okay. My goat is Wash. He's not making it to Worlds. He didn't, as far as I know, he didn't make it to Worlds. I don't think he made it in TCG or Master Duel. So we're going to hear his discussion. I understand the sentiment that people have of saying like he's washed. I don't think so. He's still an incredible player, and he still performed really, really well in a lot of these tournaments and a lot of these events. Obviously, what was it, like 2 years ago? He was in Worlds Finals for Master Duel, right? He like won a YCS 2 years ago. So I don't know. We'll see what he has to say, but I think his sentiment is that like he's just been going too hard on too many different things. But let's see what he has to say.
What is up, duelists, and welcome back to a little bit of a different video today, because as the season is coming to a close for pretty much every form of Yu-Gi-Oh!, TCG and Master Duel, I wanted to take some time, take a step back, talk about my season, and also maybe the kind of things that I've learned this season, because it has been a season in which I tried a lot. I set a lot of goals for myself, and I'm going to talk about that in today's video as well. I feel like I've tried. I wanted to take some time, take a step back, talk about my season, and also maybe the kind of things that I've learned this season, because it has been a season in which I tried a lot. I set a lot of goals for myself, and I'm going to talk about that in today's video as well. I feel like I've learned a lot of things about myself as a player, even as someone who's played for 20 plus years. And so today's going to be a video where I talk a little bit about the life as a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, I suppose, how you deal with...
Sorry, he's played for how long?
Setting goals for yourself and then achieving or not achieving those goals. And I hope you find it helpful, or at least interesting from an outside perspective. Please let me know in the comments down below if this is something that you're interested in hearing, or if I should just stick to, you know, teaching you guys about the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I do think overall that the mental part actually plays a much bigger role than people often think, and also something that I underestimated for this particular season. I'm going to get into why that is. But yeah, for now, I hope you enjoyed today's video. Leave me some feedback in the comments down below, because it's obviously something that is a little bit different from what I usually talk about. So any given season in Yu-Gi-Oh! For me essentially starts/ends with the World Championships. So at the end of last year's World Championships, which I was part of, I participated together with Emre and Quantal in the Master Duel division last season. And if you remember, I made a video back then.
Quantal's so tall.
About it. I was pretty fed up with Master Duel in general. You know, there was just a lot of things that got to me pretty much, especially when we were basically at that point in a tier 0 Malice format. And it's been something that I've been not enjoying as much, as you guys know. I announced that I was going to go back and do the Worlds grind for the TCG again, because I really wanted to lean more into the TCG. You know, TCG at that time, it was going to experience some of the best formats it had in a long time, and I actually do think that this ended up being true. And so I was really motivated after the Master Duel World Championships last year to go and try to participate in TCG Worlds next, because of course I've won the Master Duel World Championships together with Emre and Quantal in 2023. We got second in 2024. It just felt natural to me to eventually wanting to go back to the TCG side of things, especially when I felt like the TCG was and is to this date the more enjoyable format between the two. Of course, as you guys know,
as much as I don't play the TCG, I do agree that the technical format of the TCG is better. Am I a Gems millionaire now? Yes. No. But yes, I do think that the TCG format in particular just is better across the board, right? Master Duel has a million issues. Oh, I forgot to actually do it on this one. Let's go. I didn't do them. I think a lot of the issue come down to like I don't know. Master Duel is not it feels like it's not designed for a best of one format, and it hasn't been designed for a best of one format for a while.
Recently been playing more Master Duel as well, and basically been trying to juggle both at the same time, which I do think, spoilers, is one of the reasons why I haven't done as well this season as I maybe could have. But this is, I think, something we're going to get to later in the video, because of course, at the moment, the European WCQ is still to happen, so the chances are not zero, but at the moment, I have not qualified for the 2026 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships, which I will say I do consider myself very, very fortunate to have been part of the last 6 World Championships back to back to back to back. 3 times for the TCG, 2017, 18, and 19, and then 3 times for Master Duel in 23, 24, and 25. In between, due to COVID, there was no World Championships, but essentially, I've managed to go to Worlds 6 times in a row, and of course, you know, every year that you go to Worlds, like the next year you want to go again, obviously. I mean, everyone wants to go to Worlds. It builds up the pressure, you know, like you've gone 4 times in a row, you want to go 5 times in a row, you went 5 times in a row, you want to go 6 times in a row. And this, in general, taking a step back and looking at my own goals is a very unhealthy goal to set for yourself. It is not something, even last year, I was technically already fine with the idea of not going to Worlds, because last year, it wasn't actually myself who qualified for Worlds, it was Quantal, and then ended up in
Yeah. I I think when it comes to Master Duel, I don't think Joshua Schmidt has really been a Master Duel player pretty much ever. I don't think he's ever performed to the level that you kind of need to. I guess minus the first year, 2023. I don't think he's ever really performed to like a world caliber level. And he's kind of been dragged along by Quantal and Emery. Because if you watch a lot of the games, and if you watch a lot of the like Duelist Cup performances and WCQs and all of that jazz, like he just doesn't quite have that same oomph that he does when it comes to the TCG. He doesn't have that same deck building spark or desire, and you can tell like he very clearly doesn't enjoy Master Duel nearly as much, even though he still likes it because it's still Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, I don't think he's really ever been happy playing Master Duel. Whereas I feel like when he plays the TCG, he enjoys it. And it feels like it's more exciting. That's probably the right word. It's more exciting to him. So
inviting Ember and myself to go together, but I had eventually, you know, made peace with the idea of, well, there is eventually going to be a year where I'm not going to go to the World Championships. I just want to make that clear, that I'm not delusional like that. You know, I feel very, very, very fortunate to have been able to go to Worlds this many times in a row, but I also do know that, you know, going to Worlds is very difficult, and eventually there was going to be a year where it's not going to work out, you know? I mean, of course, fingers crossed, I'm still going to try my best for the European Championships, but essentially one of the reasons why I'm making this video is I didn't make it to Worlds this year, even though I set a lot of goals for myself this season, and I want to talk about how I personally view the reasons why I didn't make it, and also how I deal with those sort of things, because I do think setting goals for yourself in a competitive hobby is very, very important. But then, of course, you know, there's always how do you deal with achieving or not achieving these goals, and how do you self-evaluate, how do you self-reflect. And I think this season in particular was one where I learned a lot about myself and the circumstances that I am in at the moment, which of course always matter as well. So the season started essentially with me wanting to focus more on the TCG and do the TCG Worlds grind. There's two ways to qualify for the TCG World Championship. One is getting top 4 at the European Championship, which is a tournament that happens once a year. You do need an invite for it, and essentially, if all the good players in Europe are going to be participating, it is the biggest and most important European tournament of the year usually. And I think this year it's even only 3 spots instead of 4. It's incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard to get to top 4 at Euros. It's the fiercest competition you will find in Yu-Gi-Oh! In Europe, and of course everyone is trying to go to Worlds. People prep a lot for it, and it's something that I've only been able to do it once, which was in 2012. The other times I've gone to the TCG World Championships, it was due to the other way, which is the Worlds qualifying point system, which is meant to reward consistency throughout the season rather than, you know, putting all of the variants into that one tournament at the end of the season for Europe. So the way it works is you get points if you play in regionals, nationals, YCSs over the course of the season. You do well. Points, of course, the number depends on how big is the regional. There's a set amount for YCSs and nationals and so on and so forth. And then currently the system has changed a couple of times over the past. I still don't think it's perfect, but I don't know, maybe we'll get into that later. But my frustrations with the system are not an excuse for not doing well with this season. But at the end of the season, currently the 16 most successful point earners will play at a playoff at the European Championship on the Friday before the main event starts for 3 spots at the World Championship, which of course 3 spots out of 16 is a lot better than 3 spots out of the entire main event, which is usually like 2,000 players or maybe more. So in theory, your odds are a lot better if you end up qualifying for the World's points. So it's something that I really wanted to try and achieve. On paper, all you have to do in order to do this is just be active in the regional scene and play a bunch of regionals, get those points, and just be good at the game, basically, right? Is kind of what the idea behind it is. But so, you know, naturally, at the start of the season, I ended up going to more regionals. I also made an announcement that this was going to impact my content a little bit, and it did in the beginning. This is around the time where I think I got my GoPro, and I started going to locals and filming locals with my GoPro, and then made content out of it, simply because, you know, for me, a shift in how I approach the game and how I play the game also always comes with a shift in my content. And this is also something that does play a huge role for me in how I approach this game, or how successful I can be at this game, is that it is also a job for me now, which is different from how it was back in 2017, 18, 19, when I last did the World's Points race, where I was basically a student and it wasn't a job for me. I was just playing the game for the sake of playing the game, right? And this is something that I also want to get into a little bit later on how that affects me as a player when there's always me as a content creator also, you know, involved, right? So sometimes makes it harder, sometimes it makes it easier, essentially is the way I look at it, because it does allow me to stay in very, very close contact with the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! by basically streaming it almost every day. At the same time, it also sometimes changes how I approach the game and how much time I have for the really competitive side of things, because, you know.
Okay. I figured we kind of got what we needed to out of it in regards to this video. We could continue watching it all, but I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. I mean, if you want to watch the rest of the video, it's on Joshua Schmidt's channel. Just about wanting too much. There you go. You can take a look at it there. I don't really have anything to say. Like, it's just more of a deep dive in his own personal issues. I was wondering if he was talking about, like, I don't know, something else. It seems like it was just his own personal journey. So I don't really have anything to add to that. Cool. I will say, I don't think Joshua is washed. I still think he's a phenomenal player, right? He's never really been my favorite player. But, like, obviously he's a phenomenal player. He's never been the GOAT. Hate to break it to you, bud. Yeah, I've just never really thought of him as, like, one of the greatest players or the greatest player of all time. But still a phenomenal player. Cool. We're gonna get into a new segment. I'm gonna just play Paleo, and we're gonna chill. We're gonna relax. We're gonna take a nice chill time. And I do kind of want to change a bit of what we have going on here. I think for the most part, it's generally okay. But there's a Pendulum Dragon level 2 monster that I want to add, and I can never remember the name of it, because why would I remember the name of anything? That's not what I do. This guy, Volmina. And the reason for this is because I want to use it as another target for soldier dragons. Because if I'm not mistaken, this actually does stuff. Monster. Or if a monster special summoned by track effect, you can target a card in the field, return it to the hand, then you can special summon this card. Yup. This is why, for this pendulum effect here. It's basically another, like, Battle Fader-esque effect. So, we're gonna add that in. I don't know if there's anything else I necessarily want to change. I just wanted to add the one of this so that we had the ability to use it off of soldier dragons, which I think could be useful. What do I want to cut? Honestly, probably a solemn. We'll go warning. We'll keep strike. Cool. That's pretty much it. And now we're just going to relax and play Yu-Gi-Oh! Sound good? Sound good. I promise I won't be upset, but I might scoop early. You've been warned. You've been warned? Boop, 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 boop. Fantastic. I don't love this hand. It's not the worst, though. Two Oboku's not great. Sky Striker. Okay. Chicken game. Okay. Is this actually just an FTK? We'll send rollback there. Yep, there's engage, and that's the second spell. Okay. Droplet. Yeah, that's fine. It's always interesting that engage gets to draw here, even though when it was activated, there wasn't a third spell. Very interesting. Go for the Hornet drones. Sure. Draw a card. Sure. Hmm. I don't think they have linkage, though. I don't know why they wouldn't have gone for linkage there. Mm-hmm. Huh? Oh. Okay. I've never played the virus cards as like a rollback target. I've never saw the purpose behind it. We'll just go open, yeah. Do they have like a hand trap here? I don't think they have it. They just pass. Did it say Widow Anchor? No, apparently not. Don't know why. Great weapon. Why did I just... What just happened? I just had a stroke. It's fine. I don't know what that was. That was kind of silly. We'll go Marella. I would like to draw a card. Yeah, give me the draw. Heck yeah. Incroyable, soccer blue. Chain of Paleo. Yeah, we'll go Marella too, Electric Boogaloo. Marella. We'll send this one. Maybe a second rollback would have been better there. True. Go Gigante. Gigantes. Hyperia? Draw card? Of course. I could go Waboku, summon into that guy. Doesn't really accomplish anything. Okay, we'll go Elf here. Reborn. We'll go Magical later, just because I can. SP. Cool. Set one. Set a second. Pass the turn. I wonder if they have evenly. With the wanker. Yeah, that's fine. You gonna steal it? Sure. Gigantes. In defense. What? What is this Sky Striker player doing? Nothing. Okay. What is happening? Bro is clicking. Okay, we'll go Waboku. Chain of Paleo. I'm trying to think if I can kill him here. I might be able to. Magical Leda. Cause I go add detach, add special. No, I don't think I can. You just make access code talker. What am I talking about? I could. I can. Detach the magical light. Add Leancolia, I guess? I don't know. Go Mishis. Target. Chain of Paleo. Discard Canadia. Banish my own guy. I don't have anything in here that I would want to activate. Alright, I'll just do this to gain a Paleo here. Chain of Paleo. How many summons is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This should be 5, right? They have Nib. Is this not 5? Is there someone that's on the opponent's turn? I don't think so. Oh, even if I go Nib, it doesn't do anything. So we'll just go combat here. They have evenly? Nope. Okay, that's the turn. We're just not playing the game, I guess. Mm-hmm. I should have targeted these two. Oh, I did this wrong. It's fine. We'll just pop this guy. Yeah, should have just targeted those two. I mean, they can reborn here. No. Not really too worried about that, though. Okay. I was like, does this trigger? Link summoned. Never mind. Sure. Oh, it's 10 pi. Sure. I guess that makes more sense. Go. Chain of Paleo. Hilarious. Peak comedy. Nah. Feather Duster. Sure. Chain of Paleo. Oh, they actually did something this time. Interesting. Oh. Might as well. Got him. That was funny. Oh. Uh-oh, going second. Imagine that was the 10-pie player. And we actually got to go first. That'd be crazy. Pretty bad hand, not gonna lie. We might be able to do something here. Oh, except for the fact that I can't because the field spell just kills me in 2 turns because for some reason they added burn to this deck. True. I forgot about that. I guess there's a world in which I could, like, Olenoids, potentially, but the likelihood of me being able to do that without them then being able to protect it with the Scorpion is basically 0. Is there something I could draw here? Even match would do it. Or if they just don't have tail. Then we might be able to do something. Mm-hmm. It's basically evenly in a dream. That's not good. Because now I can't even tidying. So they basically... we know they have Pixia. I'm fairly certain they also have Tail. They likely have Mar. And if I go like Hyperia... This is the one that, like, if I set a card, they get to do a thing, and then destroy a thing. Oh, they're just showing me what they have. Activates the effect on hand. So I know they have Pixia. I know they have... Okay, they have a second Mara. That's good to know. Be shocked if they didn't. So if I don't activate in hand, that's a really bad draw as well. Wow, tragic. Boo. Okay, that's a turn. Bro Drew. Bro Drew. Yep. Yep, kind of figured. Yeah, that's fine. What do you have here? Oh, you have Leon. That's unfortunate. I can't really do anything about that. I think I just lose. Because they can literally just flip up all of their guys and then I just die. There's nothing I can do about that. Yeah. Tragic. And I know they have Pixia. Yeah, that's fine. That might save me. I'm trying to think what Trap Tricks does here. Oh, I can't even target because this also says Graves. True. Right, I forgot that card's stupid. Interesting hand. Fun. Do you have a second one? This is just Tenpai again? Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Huh? Is this Sky Striker randomly? What? Why would this be Sky Striker? Why are we playing Sky Striker? Huh? Hey, yo? Sure. I'm trying to think what I can do here with Trap Trick that does anything. I could go like Canadia. That's kind of my only option, huh? Okay. Yeah. Because I can't draw cards. Can't really go Morella. Actually, I could. Because I could go Morella, dump, and then book. But that isn't good. Like, yes, I could do that, but that's not exactly a great option. Yeah, I think it's just Canadia. This doesn't randomly have target protection. Yeah, it's destruction protection. Cool. Canadia. This is just attack, right? Attack. Comedy. Canine cards truly have no home here. I have no idea why they're in here. Even the match is interesting. It's not very good, but it's interesting. Now what? What? Nothing? Nada? Zilch? Zip? Nada? That's... something, I guess. What is happening? What is going on? What do they have? No, we know that they have Yokel. So we know it's Yokel. And then... Roach? Okay, Soldier Dragons. Rogeroo. I'll just summon another soldier. Huh. Daruma 3. We get to summon Hyperion, my favorite. What do you have? Oh. Whew. I got scared there for a second. I thought they actually had something. They didn't. They added head and I got very scared. Because I knew one other card was already in hand. But I guess not enough turns had passed for them to be able to draw all of the pieces. No, that's not true. They could have literally drawn every single piece up until this point. That could have been very dangerous. They might actually Exodia me. That could be a problem. I really hope that's not what's going to happen. I'd be sad. I'd be sad, people. Okay, this is going to seem strange, but I'm actually going to go Opabinia here without the ability to search, just so that I can trigger my Morella in hand. So we're going to go Morella. We're going to change Paleo. Do I go Mishis? No, that's fine. And then I go... Elf. Elf. Bring back soldiers. Here. Camber here. Camber send ya set Morella Chain of Paleo Mishus Chain of Paleo Magical Lighta. I don't think this is quite lethal. No, we're actually pretty far off. Alright, well, we'll just go combat. Trying to figure out if I could lethal them. But I don't have... Oh, I do have Trap Trick. Wait, I might be able to. Oh, yeah, I do. I do have lethal. That's crazy. Okay, roll back. I forgot I had Trap Trick. Trap Trick. We'll grab a Leancolia. Set it. Activate it. Target rollback. Chain of Paleo. Forgot I had a Trap Trick in there. Imagine getting OTK'd by Paleo. Sure. Okay. Add them evenly. I mean, turn 7 isn't exactly an OTK, but it's not an OTK. I'm very confused as to what their hand was. Going second again. Oh no. Oh no. Tragic. Unless? Dang. I wonder if you don't decide if it just defaults to giving you first. I don't think that's the case, but it might be. Oh, I'm getting FTK'd. All right. Take a nap. Let's see if they can actually do this. They had a yokel. They searched yokel. It couldn't have been canines. That's why I knew it wasn't canines. That's why it's even more confusing. Because they searched yokel and then didn't have the ability to use the yokel. They just kept it in hand. Just didn't do anything. I have no idea how this deck works. All I know is it basically plays solitaire. So that's fun. We'll see how that goes. if they are taking this long, I don't know if they have the time to FTK. Like, this FTK takes a long time. So they might lose to time. We knew head of Exodia and one of the other limbs. I think it was an arm. So we knew one of the legs, or sorry, one of the limbs and the head, and then yokel, and then there were two unknowns. But those two unknowns were not Fua or any of the Mulch armies. It wasn't a canine. Those two pieces could have been, I think, additional pieces of Exodia, because they drew two cards and just didn't do anything. So there's a chance that that was the case. Flower Guardian is the definition of just draw the out, bro. I feel like it's more the definition of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is solitaire. Because this is literally just playing solitaire. The entire idea is to FTK the opponent. Playing solitaire by yourself. Except it's not solitaire, it's some other game. But it's basically solitaire. I'm not gonna lie, I think they're taking too long. I don't know if they're going to be capable of doing the FTK. Mm-hmm. Flower stacking is kind of a crazy card. Would they stack? I'm acting like any of these make sense to me. I have no idea what these do. Ah, yes, of course. Flower Cardian Willow, Flower Cardian Cherry Blossom and Curtain, and Flower Cardian Peony with Butterfly. Of course. I know what those are. I know what those cards do. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Bottom. Interesting. Wish we could see their timer. I think it's pretty low. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's pretty low. Oh. Or can make Typhon. Wait, Typhon literally kills them. That's so funny. Typhon's just an FDK. They just can't do anything. Bro shows 4. Bro saw a 2 and chose 4. That's crazy. In what world? Roll back. Oh, sick. More mills. Let's go. I kind of want to go Gigantes. Though I also really don't. I could go Gigantes into Zeus. Let's go Opinion to Zeus. That's probably a better option. Though, first and foremost, let's do this. Oh, I can only target myself. That's fine. Okay, cool. And then we will set... What do I have in Grave? Do I have Trap Trick? I do, okay. Oh, I also have Morella. Okay, we'll set 1. We'll set 2. I forgot that this does in fact say can't target. Cool. Skip draw. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Didn't realize that just had that effect. Okay, cool. I guess I should have changed. Mm. Oh, I'm just dead on field. Should have just made Zeus. That was the correct play. Don't know why I didn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This destroys the spell trap, doesn't it? Oh. Isn't there one that destroys the spell trap? Mm-hmm. 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 I see what they're doing. Fun. What a fun deck. I have no idea why you would ever want to play that deck, because, like, yeah, I just don't get it. quick play. Memento's like a hard counter to my deck. Even with the grass, there's very little that I can do there. Mm-hmm. They have a negate now. Oh, that's fine. So glad they added hero. Or they added a negate to hero. I'm actually not going to sit through this combo. Because they also have that trap that summons the guy that pops a whole bunch of cards. So there's not really anything that I can do. I would have to impulse both the quick play to prevent me from getting Macrocosmos and the card that also pops 10 million cards. So there's just nothing I could do there. Because, of course, Hero's a fun deck to play against. Of course, Laundry is in my hand. Oh, they're just bad. Cool. Okay. This is a fine going first hand. It's real bad going second. I basically have to draw evenly here. Oh, never mind, I lose. Never mind, they literally have the ability to negate and destroy literally everything that I could do. There's nothing I could do. Cool. Who made Centurion? I just want to know. Actually, who made Crimson Dragon? That's a better question. This is a surprisingly competent hand, but it is kind of reliant on my opponent just not having Ash. Go. Ash. I was close. Of course. Yep. Kind of figured. I need them to just not target these two. Target one of these two. They're not gonna. If they Vash, I still die. JJ. Sure. Perfect. Do you have a second rotary? Oh. Oh, I'm boned. That's bad. Is this not the quick play? What is this? Normal Reco. Sure. I should be dead. I refuse to believe that I'm not. L? What? Yeah, sure. Fuck. Yeah. They don't need to be competent. What are you talking about? It's cool too, and it plays itself. The fact that they were so bad was what ended up killing me. Their incompetence lost me that game. Sick. And that was the game I got to go first. Fun. Now I'm never going to go first again. Sure. Roll back. Come on, roll back, baby. They're not bad mills. But they could have been better as the thing. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss Horus. Horus is kind of just a silly deck. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Draw a card. Hilarious. Draw a card. Well, I'll know if they draw a floodgate. Holy crap, it's actually Slifer. We're getting Slifered? That's crazy. Nice, Rich. That's just funny. They don't have another name to go for the Slifer. That's kind of funny. Yep. What is this activation card? Oh, right, it's that one. Forgot. It's bad. Trap trick, not bad. I have to think here. Do I set rollback so that I can pop it myself? No. I don't think that makes sense. Because I could even Dynamicious if I wanted to and pitch the rollback because of Trap Trick. I could also go for like a Morella. What's funny is, had I set the rollback, we could have even... Wait, no. Does this say Your Grave? Ah, never mind. Hit a Paleo. Many Paleos. Did they entirely whiff? Just nothing. You can't summon nothing. Phoenix. Sure. Send a card. Yep. I would love to chain a Paleo. Please activate the effect. It'd be very funny. I would love to draw 5 cards here. Oh, La Cucaracha. Sure. Right, I forgot. I was trying to think of whether or not I cared, and the answer was I just didn't. Please summon Slifer. It'd be real cool. Wait, does Slifer do anything to me? No. Cool. Do I send a rollback here? Yeah. Sure. Why not? Sure. I'm sorry, what just happened? Oh, I see what happened. Up. That's too many guys. Response? No summon. That's fine. I don't want to make Slifer even bigger. They didn't set Monster Reborn. So this is a 0/0 Slifer that's going to send itself to the graveyard during the end phase. Interesting. Interesting choice. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So long, farewell. Cool. Please reborn it. Please let me draw 4 cards. Please, it'd be so cool. Yeah, baby! Chain of Paleo! So my Paleo will be on the field before their Slifer hits the field. So will Slifer still use its effect to attempt to reduce the attack of the Paleo? Well, it will on the Magical Light of Soul, so let's just not interact with that. Let's go Illinoids here. I'm gonna go after this back row. No response. Pog. Chain of Paleo. Also, I drew Time Tearing. Sick. They have 12 cards left. What happened? How did... Yes, Paleo. That's why I said attempt. Paleos aren't effective. Who? Is that it? What happened to my Paleo? What happened? What went wrong? I'm being mean, but it's funny. Dude, I love the Paleos. They're so funny. They're just silly little guys. This is normal or special summon in attack position. Cool. Well, let's make another guy in attack position just to piss off my opponent. That's nice. Anyway. I like that they milled a whole bunch of cards for us to make our life easier. That's very kind of them. Very, very kind. I'll grab a Leanne Colia since I already have a Morella in my hand. Do you have Droll? Please roll. It'd be so funny. Please roll. It'd be so... I was really hoping they would roll. They did. Ah, I get a Chain of Paleo. Chain of Paleo? Please have, like, Nibiru. It'd be so cool if you had Nibiru. I can't express how cool it would be if you had Nibiru. Also, I'm gonna put it in attack position every time because it's funny. And for no other reason. It's just funny. Cool. Anyway, roll back. Card on the field. Sure. Okay. Gee, I wonder what they drew. Also, of course, they're playing this random forest guy. Is this a quick effect? King's Arc. I didn't realize he was bad. Magical Lighter. I could make Gigantes. I kind of don't want to. Alright, let's make this guy. I think we're always making this guy. And then we'll go Leanne. Target my rollback so that we can chain a Paleo, so that we can special the Paleo, so that we can use the second Paleo on our board to go into Cambro Raster, so that we can use the rollback, set the rollback, use the rollback to get another guy that can then chain another Paleo. Thoughts? Please ash this. They didn't. I'll take it. That's a good one. I like that one. That's a good one. Smile. Cool. Cambro Raster. Set a different card. We'll set Morella. Under my Morella. Morella. They elected to not ash that. That is a good ash, because it also cuts me off of a name, and they elected to not. So, tragic. What am I sending here? I don't know, roll back 3, I guess. Might as well put them all in grave. Maybe they want to ash this guy. Ash? It's like the only ash target I've given you. There it is. There it is. Yeah, that's fine. So I know one of the cards in hand, right? It's I only know of Monster Reborn. Everything else is unknown. Unknown. Evenly? Sure. Banish you, banish you, I guess. I can make Zayas. Knew it. Nice lava golem. It'd be a shame if it did anything. Oh, field spell. Do I care? Yes, I do. Monster Reborn. Sure. They know one of the cards that I have. We'll see if they care. What are we possibly thinking about here? Oh. Yeah? We're just gonna try and attempt to make this here. Yeah, that's a choice. Okay, let's chain a Paleo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's chain a Magic Lyta. We'll chain Anomalocaris. Yerp. Hyperia. I haven't gone Elf, so that's okay. We'll go Z Summon. And then we'll chain Rise. Target this guy. And then you can only attack that guy, but he disappeared. He's now an Xe material. And now Xe monsters have not attacked. Or gone through combat or whatever. What does Zeus say? They had the third. No! Lava Golem! Whatever am I gonna do? Yeah, sure, that's fine. This is a one spur? Yeah, okay. I think I just take the damage. Not really concerned. I get to draw two? Oh, backtrack. Sure. Ow. Okay, we'll go Rise to full height. We'll target you. Chain of Paleo. Special Paleo. Magical Lyta. Your Magical Lyta. I don't think I know any of the cards in hand, right? Make this guy. Opabinya. Opabinya. Detach. Add Mishis. Droll. Yep. Mishis. Target. Chain of Paleo. Imagine drawing 6 and losing. Crazy. Oh my god, Leo. Just because I can. Hiya! Imagine milling and it actually being better for your opponent than for you. That's cool. Do you know what I wish there was in Yu-Gi-Oh? That there just isn't? Mill decks. I wish you could actually, like, plan to mill your opponent. The problem is that mill has to be control. And so, because of the way that Yu-Gi-Oh works, of like over the course of a couple of turns, having to do something like that, it basically becomes an impossibility because everything happens now on turn 1. But it would be cool. No, Clown Crew's not mill. It draws a bunch of cards. trying to think if I can beat Onomets. If I see like a Ryzeal monster, I do just kind of die. I don't really think I can beat the Detonator. Who? Oh. Right. This guy? Oh, what are we doing? I'm uncertain what I can do here. Because, like, a Utopic Draco kills me. That kills me. Yeah. It's rank 4. I can't do anything. For higher GMX, Forbidden Crown, and maybe something else? GMX? Why would we get GMX? We haven't even gotten it in the OCG. And they're not exactly likely to give something before it goes to the OCG to Master Duel. It's happened a few times, but rarely does it not go to paper before it goes to Master Duel. I think Mimighoul was the last one that was technically early. Like, everything else has gone to the OCG first. Oh. I was scared that was Ash Blossom. Or Shifter. Shifter would have been worse. We'll backjack. I did hit a rollback at the very least. Okay, we'll go time tearing. Used to be Master Duel got it first? Not really. I don't think that was ever really the case. Oh. Wait. What? Why? Why? Huh? Hey, now I don't have to draw a rollback. I'm so lost. What just happened? Do I have like imperm? Fallen. Sure. Is it branded? Did they brick? Oh, it's branded, and they bricked. Okay, sure. Anyway. I'll go Rise. Target. Chain of Paleo. Magical Lighter. I love this card's name. What a good card name. Magical Light of Soul. I'm sure it has a meaning. That's all. Just sure it has a meaning. Let's go. Opapinho. I have more than one Paleo, yeah. I was scared I only had the one, and I was like... Where'd it? Target. Change Paleo. Hey, you're not allowed to leave. I'm just kidding. That's fine. Uh-oh. Going second. Basically, he's a non-see-through liquid of mysterious origin. Perfect. This hand is 5 normal summons. Incredible. And all of them don't do anything if I impulse. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. If they have anything else, I just have to leave at this point. Like, my hand is hot garbage. We have a chance. No, it's so bad. Oh, it's like the worst outcome. Still go gigantes, huh? Can I elf? Yeah. All right. Gigantissimo. They simply don't have anything trust. Balls. Well, crash anyway. No. Yeah. I can't do anything. Of course I drew 5 normal summons. Why wouldn't I draw 5 normal summons? No, normal summons. Why? It's a pretty good hand. It's not going to do anything due to the fact that my opponent's going first, so... What wombo combo thing is going to happen? We might be able to do something here. Especially if I go, like, reasoning. I was gonna say, especially if I go, like, reasoning and hit, roll back evenly. I guess even that wouldn't be great. But it might work. Or just hard drawing evenly also works. There's not a whole lot that they can do about that. I'm not too concerned about... Actually, can vanities lock me out of reasoning? I think so, right? So I wouldn't be able to activate reasoning, and at that point I can't really do anything. So we'll have to see. It might still be playable, though, all things considered. We'll see. We'll see if they have, like, vanities or something of that nature. Also, I really wish this deck didn't have the FTK. I feel like that kind of spoils the deck. Ruins the intent. Because, I mean, they already have huge monsters. And it feels like they don't need the additional damage. It just kind of feels clunky to me. It's like, oh, yes, of course. Why wouldn't they also have that? I think at this point they can't FTK me. They didn't even... Oh, they're bad. Okay, cool. Are they playing, like, hand traps? Huh? Vicious is interesting. Max Cockroach, sure. That's reasoning. One. Again. Mm-hmm. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Because it'd leave me something to Micious. We can make that work. That's fine. Uh-huh. Banish the wall back here, please. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. What if I dump my entire field? No, that's a terrible idea. Don't like that. Sure. Mm-hmm. 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 Sure. Yeah, just lose no matter what. That's so frustrating. Why do they have a card that prevents me from targeting anything in the field and on the grave? Who designs cards to do that? Why would that be a thing that should happen and should exist? That's fine. I can't do anything. Pixie is one of the worst designed Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't know why you would print a card like that. That's just a blanket negation for not only your field, but the opponent's. And even with that, like, why would you have a blanket prevention of targeting for any field? Why? Why would they do that? That doesn't make a lick of sense. Make that make sense to me. Make it make sense as to why it would be a good idea to have a card that prevents interaction, full stop, for any board. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of playing the game? Maybe I should have summoned Soldier Dragons there, as opposed to Magic Lido. Probably. Albaz. They locked themselves out of the extra deck on their first action. That's a choice. Sure. Yup. Yeah. Sure. Huh? Sleep. Mm-hmm. That's not a bad draw. This is obviously going to be a long game. Then we go Magic Lido. And then, because it's the opponent's battle phase, we can see some. I'm going to use all of the monsters here to go into Anomalicares, so that I have less things on field for... I guess Balance of Judgment doesn't do anything, huh? Yep, kind of figured. Head back, sure. When will Worlds take place? August 28th, I think, is when it starts. Or 26th? 26th through the 28th? That sounds right. Courier. Sure. Retry. I was almost able to draw cards, but not quite. Mm-hmm. Chain of Paleo. Anomalocaris. Oh. Detach, magical item. That could have been scary. That could have been very spoopy. Luckily, we're fine. Evenly is not a good draw. That's just not a good draw. Do they have the roach? That'd be interesting. No, they have this. Alright, let's attempt to draw a card. It resolved. Draw. No draw. Odd. Okay, I'll attempt to activate Morganite. Alright, combat. Hiya. Had to make sure that that guy was also 0. He is in fact also 0. Would you look at that? Into... Oh, I thought they had evenly. I was going to be scared. No evenly. Sick. I could make Zeus here. Thoughts? Thoughts on double Zeus? I'll think about it. I love it though. Add Morella under my Morella. Morella. Chain of Paleo. Send rollback. Chain Magicalita. Chain the other guy that can't be interacted with by monsters. Isn't that so cool? Dude, Anomalocaris. The goat. Summon Magi. Could go Cambro Raster. Like set evenly. Set an additional guy. Set like a Morella or something like that. Then I can't really do anything with you, huh? I could just go Herald. It does say main deck though, so they would still, yeah. That's not great. Yeah, I think going Cambro Raster is probably the best option here. We'll go Cambro Raster. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Comedy. Set the evenly. Send the evenly. Set Morella 2. Could just go Leon Colia. Send that guy to grave. I don't love that. We'll go Morella. I think Morella's arguably better. Morella. Chain of Paleo. Chain of Paleo. We will send to grave. What do we care about? Oh, we could send this one and then reborn the... You're currently attached. But I could unattach it. That's actually not a bad idea. We'll do that. make Axis go Doctor here. True, I could. Thoughts? We'll go like this. Detach you. Pop you. Tidying. Reborn. Effect. Mill. We had another rollback. That's actually nice. I think we'll go SP here. Hard to make SP. We'll banish Quem. And then just go Zeus here. Zeus kind of sucks. So we'll just set. And then, yeah, pass. Sure. Rinbrum. Now they have the Rinbrum engrave. That's nice. And now we could potentially balance of judgment. Sure. Well as. Cartesia 2. Nope, that's Ecclesia. Same thing. Probably. I don't know the lore. Ecclesia. Nah. We'll detach an Iberia. Shuffle back here is pretty good. Send a guy. Send one of these traps. I guess it's not great, but it's some. Oh? Yeah. Why do we normal? What? Sure. What are we summoning here? I'd love to know. Is it just Granginol? Granguignol? Yep. Just Granginol. I don't think I can Morella off of this trap trick. Yeah, I've already used 2 of them. So I need to go for a different thing. Alba Lenitus. Okay. They're going to target this one. Oops. Why would you target this one? Why would that even be a target? Why would you not target the Anomalocaris? What? Huh? Huh? I'm so beyond confused with that choice. Send an Albion. Grab a Walbaz. Walbaz. Send a Dogma 2, Electric Boogaloo. Sure. Oh, you know what I should be playing is Fiend Griefing. That card's crazy. What am I thinking? Chain of Paleo. This doesn't count as a monster effect, right? Anomalocaris. That's a card. Mm-hmm. Sure. Take a Dogma and Albion. I don't think they have anything else. Does this target monsters? This targets cards, right? Yeah, okay. It targets cards. I'm not crazy. Oh, they didn't have another card. Are they gonna have to discard for hand size? Add another card. Discard 2. It'd be funny. That's crazy. Oh, they actually set a card. Dang. Alright, Dreptrick. Chain of Paleo. What do you go for? Holenoids, I guess. Deal with the back row. So I can chain a Paleo. And make Anomalocaris 2, Electric Boogaloo. What would they do to that? Why? Why? Brother, explain to me. Why would we even... It's fine. Don't think about it. You have to discard. Maybe they wanted to do that. Maybe they want to discard cards. I don't think they want to discard cards on my line. Don't think that was the case. A second one. Ooh. That's actually a good card. Okay. Well, like Anomalocaris. Anomalocaris 2! Electric Boogaloo. What are you gonna do? Spoopy. Alright, comment. Sure. We're gonna this guy. Nice, anyway. Detach. Pop. Does it have to negate to summon, or does it still summon? We'll find out. Still summons. Do I have anything here? No, that's fine. We'll just go combat. Uh-huh. Exeus? Meh. Go. I wonder what they have in hand. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure. Add another Ecclesia. Oh. Reborn? Are they out of targets? Holy shit, they might be. Wait a second. They might actually be out of targets just straight up. That's crazy. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no way. They gotta have something. Uh-huh. Out comes Ecclesia. Ecclesia. Nice. Oh, sure. Yep. Yeah, another one. Set it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Target a card. I don't really care what they target. There's no way they did it again. What do you mean? Why did we do that again? Dude, like, you could target other cards. Other cards exist. No, they don't. There are no other cards. They're not real. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. They did it twice. Incredible gameplay. Yeah? Target a monster in the grave, reborn it. Sure. Alright, we'll tag out the Cartesia. Yup. Sure. Oh. Okay. Sure. All right, put them all face down. Change Paleo. Mm-hmm. Okay, flip up this guy. Flip up this guy. Oh, I can make IP. Sick. Okay, we'll go combat here. Sure. Combat, walk into this guy. Mm-hmm. Main 2. I guess we'll normal the Magical Light of Soul. Because why not? Cool. Is that a guy? Visitor. And she came back. Okay. No. No. Let's not do that. I am gonna roll back here, which may seem strange, but you'll see why in a second. I'm gonna go for the Morella. I'm gonna send burst. They're done playing? I was having so much fun. Oh. It's not like they couldn't play the game. Suffer. Paleo, am I right? Paleo has an insane matchup against Branded. Dude, like, Branded just can't do anything against Paleo. Unless Paleo bricks, which is honestly pretty likely, I'm not gonna lie. I will say, I don't know how much I like the Solemns. I feel like they're just not worth it. Like, you might even be better off just straight up not playing those cards. Just play 58. Oh, you know what you should play is Fiend Griefing. Fiend... I have 40. Yeah, that's the play. I think I'm also going to cut this card. This card kind of sucked. Like Backjack, cut you down. Something like that. I kind of want to play the third evenly as well. Hyperia? Like that. Like that. True. Is Malice a good deck to rank up? Yep. Yep. It basically auto-wins going first and has some pretty good hand trap lineups, so you can also just kind of FTK the opponent going second. It's pretty good. Another follow. Whoa. Welcome. I got a follower goal. Oh no, there's going to be another thing that shows up. What's up, Nick? How's it going? Yeah. I think this will probably be better. I think Fiend Griefing is actually pretty good right now. Being able to, like, shuffle a card away. But more importantly, also being able to send a Backjack. Pretty good. Kind of gets you additional plays. Gets you additional plays. Cool. Well, that was fun. I'm going to call it quits there. I'm very tired. I need to go to sleep. So, thank you guys so much for watching it. And remember to always stay frosty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.